Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Mayor's Office and Commission, we apologize for our tardiness. We got a little behind closed doors. We're ready to start now, Madam Clerk. I think we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, for the sake of time, let's call this meeting to order. Before we do, I'm going to take a brief point of personal privilege that I ask everybody to join me in a moment of silence. As you know, we had two former commissioners that passed away within 24 hours, Commissioner Bernard Harper and Commissioner Richard Coleclaw. So if you don't mind, join me in a moment of silence as we think about them and their families during this time of bereavement. Moment of silence, please. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're together now. If there was anybody here for the pension meeting, Madam Administrator, I think that meeting's been rescheduled in council. So the pension meeting that was scheduled for today at 1:30 will be canceled or rescheduled?
That meeting will be rescheduled.
Rescheduled. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will have our invocation shared with us today by the Reverend Anthony M. Booker, pastor of the Broadway Baptist Church, after which we will have our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
May we bow together. Father, we thank you for this day. We come to you this day with a heart full of gratitude for the opportunity, God, to serve this great city of Augusta, Richmond County. Thank you, Father, for the privilege of leadership and responsibility entrusted to each of us. We acknowledge, God, that all wisdom, justice, and strength come from you. Lord, we ask you for your divine guidance in this meeting. Give the mayor, each commissioner, city clerk, city administrator, interim attorney, and each individual, God, in this chamber, the wisdom to make wise decisions. God, you alone and you alone are the one that we serve and reverence. We ask you, God, that each of us, God, might serve the people of this community, God, with fairness, integrity, and compassion. Help us, God, to work together in a spirit of unity. God, setting aside our personal interests, God, that your will might be done. Father, let your words be fill our hearts and our mouth, and God, that this room be filled with grace. Lord, you have summarized the ethical behavior with saying, do unto others as we would have others do unto us. God, we pray for the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County. Bless our families. God, strengthen our businesses and bring peace to our neighborhoods. God, may your leadership promote justice, diversity, equality, inclusion, and progress for all. We ask you, God, now in Jesus' name, Lord God, that all be done in this place, yet again to reverence and bless your name and edify the people. We ask these things in Jesus Christ's name. Each of us say together, amen. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
love, his kindness shown toward us. Thank you. By these presents being known that Mr. Anthony M. Booker, pastor of the Broadway Baptist Church, is our chaplain of the day. May your spiritual guidance and civic leadership serve as an example for all citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand this 20th day of May, 2025, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor.
Pastor Booker, thank you so much for being here. You're a frequent visitor to these chambers, and we appreciate all that you do. Madam Clerk, let's move to the recognition portion of this agenda.
Call your attention to the recognition portion of our agenda. The Augusta Commission would like to offer its congratulations to our 2025 April Years of Service Year recipient, Ms. Brookert.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, and our distinguished guests. It gives me great honor as the HR Director to recognize our April Years of Service recipients. For the month of April 2025, we've had 12 employees celebrate their 5 to 40 years of service to Augusta. This afternoon, we would like to recognize, is that the mic or is that me? Okay. This afternoon, we'd like to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service recipients. For the month of May, the total years of service and institutional knowledge being celebrated is 270 years. So, yes, congratulations. So when I call your name, Miss Bobby Patman, Fire Department, 25 years. Michael Glover, Recreation and Parks, 25 years. Tony Miller, Recreation and Parks, 25 years. Donna Terra, Planning and Development, 35 years. I'm sorry, that's Donna Tyra. Beverly Hoffman Wright, Sheriff's Department, 35 years.
Way to go back.
Scott Moore, the Fire Department, 35 years. Tamala Branham, Recreation and Parks, 40 years.
Gotta get a hug from my favorite.
At this time, I'd like to call up the E911 Director.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, Madam Clerk. A few weeks back, the Georgia Emergency Communications Conference, or GECC as it's known, was held in Columbus, Georgia. Prior to the conference, award nominations were sent in, and to make sure there was no tomfoolery, it was sent to a representative in Idaho to review the submissions. Now, there's some great communications officers in the state of Georgia. So the person having to make that selection, I'm sure they had their work cut out for them. So in the end, they made a selection based on someone that was nominated by their shift supervisor. And from the nomination packet, it included highlighting the employee's drive to learn quickly, to train newly hired staff members, engaging in friendly shift competition to answer the most calls per shift, theme decorating for events and planning luncheons, being a thoughtful coworker, and even a better person. These were all in addition to other kudos within the submission, such as her attempt to have better dad jokes than her director. So having this recognition in front of the governing body we felt was important. It's also important to recognize the work that's done each day at the 911 Center by all the men and women who work there. So please join me in congratulating Rashana Walker as the 2025 GECC Communications Officer of the Year.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for 270 years of service to the city of Augusta. And to Ms. Walker, congratulations. Please keep up the great work. Madam Clerk, before we move forward, I'm going to turn the mic over to Commissioner Don Clark, who's requested a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to talk about, these are the great things that we get to talk about up here in the capacity of leading. But I do want to give out some points of congratulatory appreciation to our Director of Parks and Recs, Ms. Tamika Williams. We had a leadership challenge. I don't know if you all know, but pickleball is probably one of the fastest growing sports in the country, if not, some probably would say the world. And Director Williams identified through some of our community members that benefit from that, identified that there was a limitation that we had in Henry Brigham and quickly jumped into action. And we got the lines and boundaries established for the playing of pickleball. I do want to make sure that we clarify, pickleball is a sport of all ages, but many of our seniors in our community greatly benefit from the playing of that, and I advocate for it greatly because it promotes healthy moving, living, and otherwise, but more importantly, if you've never played, they'll put a spanking on you and then smile at you afterwards and say, Good trying there, young man. But no, seriously, Director Williams, want to greatly bring you up here. Some of the Diamond Dinkers, which those of you that have an interest in playing, we have a club right here in Augusta. Y'all come on up. And we're going to present something to Director Williams. And if we can get Commissioner Francine Scott and Commissioner Tony Lewis to come down as well, the Diamond Dinkers would like to present something to you all. So since he doesn't have a mic, I'll narrate. What he's presenting are T-shirts from the Diamond Dinkers. Ms. Williams, they're giving you that as their appreciation and making you an honorary Diamond Dinker. along with Commissioner Francine Scott, who did not play with us. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. And then Commissioner Lewis, who did play with us, he and I got a good whooping with my partner right there. And I think we won about 5 games total. Y'all give it up again to Healthy Living.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Clark, for that acknowledgement. And keep in mind, if you want to go get dinked up by the Diamond Dinkers, don't hesitate to go over to Diamond Lakes. Madam Clerk, before we move forward, I've been reminded to let everybody know that the month of May is also National Military Caregivers Month. As you know, we have a very strong military community here in Augusta, and all of those who are tasked with taking care of our loved ones that have served in the military. National Military Caregiver Month was established in 2010 by President Barack Obama, and is to coincide with Memorial Day and a National Military Day for Spouses. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, with that being said, we're going to move around a little bit. We need to move to the consent agenda, as we have a colleague or two that needs to take off with some other obligations. We're going to come back to the delegation, okay? So consent agenda.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for being here.
So that was recommended. Oh,
All right.
okay. Our consent agenda.
We're going to move with the delegation following consent agenda, sir. It will be under consideration. What is the item that you're requesting? Number 18 is being requested if. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Is there, all right, we're going to go through the queue here. Commissioner Brandon Garrett, you're in the queue first, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. It has been requested that item number 5 be moved back to the Planning Commission.
I have a question on item number 5. It's a District 1 matter.
It's also my understanding that item number 7 is currently a litigation matter, a civil matter, and I would recommend that that item be deleted, and whatever comes out of the court hearing, I think will help the Planning Commission make a better determination there.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, it's been requested for item number 7 be deleted due to an ongoing legal matter. Do I hear any objection to deleting that item? Hearing or seeing none, it's deleted. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Mr. Mayor, I like.
Hey, Michael.
It's on. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request for item number 1 to be sent back to the Planning Commission. It's been brought to our attention that there's been a number of revisions to that project, so I'd like to send that back to the Planning Commission.
All right, item number 1 has been requested to send back to Planning Commission. Is there any objection to that from this body?
Is that 1 and 2? 1 and 2. 1 and 2?
1 and 2. Commissioner Clark, are you going to add number 2?
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. Yes, 1 and 2. Send both of those back.
1 and 2 has been requested to be sent back. Is there any objection from this body? Hearing or seeing none, those 2 items are sent back to the Planning Commission. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the 1st.
Did we? I wanted to make sure that we didn't send 5 back. I do have questions on item 5, so I want to pull that for discussion.
Yes, sir. 5 is still on the agenda.
And for
Well, you need to pull it for discussion. Or you just have a question.
Yeah.
You want to pull
pull
it
it for
All
discussion.
right, 5 is being pulled. Thank you, sir.
And for consideration, 18.
And number 18 as well. I think that's the item for former Commissioner Ben Hassan. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice.
I was just going to go ahead when we get to the regular consent agenda to consent an item.
Pardon me?
Yep,
We're there, okay.
we there yet?
Yes, we're there.
Yeah, I'm on consent item 22.
Item number 22, Madam Clerk.
I got it.
Get in the queue, you can do it.
I got it.
Item number 22.
Wayne. I got it.
All right, Commissioner Rice. All right, Commissioner Brandon Garrett, you're up, sir.
I'd like to add items 23 and 24 to the consent.
It's been a request for 23 and 24. Hear no objection.
And motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett and heard a second by Commissioner Al Mason. Commissioner Mason, you still in the queue? Is there anything else? You're out. All right. Madam.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we also have a request from administration to delete item E on our delegation portion of the agenda.
Okay. All right, item E is deleted. All right, let's get it up on the screen so we can true up here, Madam Clerk. All right. Kind of like you see the screen. All right, we have a motion and a second. Everyone see the screen, Madam Clerk, are ready to vote?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Call your attention to the delegation. Well, we'll let those who need to exit. Wait until they clear out. Okay. All right. We call your attention to the delegation portion of our agenda. Item number B, Mr. Azia L. Uda, regarding an initiative entitled the Augusta Summer Adventure.
Hello, sir. Good day. How are you?
No, we're well. Good afternoon.
Good.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
afternoon.
Commissioners. I'm going to say what everybody else said. Madam Administrator and distinguished guests, thank y'all so much for the opportunity.
Before y'all get started, we got to have your name and address for those that are planning to speak, okay?
Okay, absolutely. So my name is Aziza Ilyuda. This is my husband, Akili Ilyuda. And our address is, 257 Yardsley Drive, McDonough, Georgia.
All right.
Okay,
Matt,
awesome.
we're going to have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. So let me go quickly. How do I click this? Did I click it? Okay. Is it touchscreen? I'm sorry.
Wait just a second. We're going to get the clerk.
5 minutes.
There we go.
All right, awesome.
All right.
All right, thank y'all so much for the opportunity to speak and present. We're really excited to be here. We are a small comic book and education company working to change the world one comic book at a time. We specialize in exciting, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, is that better? Okay, my apologies. So we specialize in epic reading experiences to really inspire young readers and help to boost reading skills. That's what our background is. And we're here to share our plans for this summer, the Augusta Summer Adventure. So we're partnering with local organizations, groups, and businesses to create a citywide reading activation where children can receive free comic book adventure packs. They'll read, they'll complete activities, and be able to go all around the city based on the clues and what they're reading. These are a few of our characters. I'll keep clicking. Boring summer, summer slide, not on our watch. We are here to prevent summer slide, to boost reading skills, encourage active play, and spark a love for learning because we know reading is the foundation for every future, and when kids can't read, they can't thrive. Comic books aren't just fun, they're transformational, and all of this is research based and backed. Not just because we love comics, but because they truly, truly do support readers, especially readers with special learning needs. They improve comprehension and vocabulary, engage reluctant readers and those with learning differences, bridging age groups from emerging readers to teens, and we can offer culturally relevant stories to promote identity and connection. Comics give students of all abilities the power to see themselves as readers and as champions. We're working to build a generation of champions. Our summer adventure is a free citywide scavenger hunt that turns libraries, parks, and businesses into living comic book chapters. Kids and teens will follow an immersive storyline, collecting clues, reading comics, and unlocking literacy achievements. Our mission statement is to ignite a love for reading and creativity through a comic-powered adventure that transforms public spaces into portals of epic discovery. So we're planning an epic adventure that spans the city. We're looking to distribute 10,000 or more free adventure packs to children ages 4 through 16, connecting with 20 or more host venues to transform into comic book checkpoints, comic story checkpoints, and hosting multiple major events in partnership with different groups and organizations. We're planning teenage events, really celebrating arts and reading and writing. We also have a Soul Bowl concept that we're hoping to really engage with the city and different departments to come in and duke it out and show their most delicious food and really celebrating community, celebrating literacy, and working to continue bringing the community together. Why Augusta is the perfect launch pad. So overall, the entire country has been struggling with reading, even before COVID, even before the pandemic. But once the pandemic hit, we know that things got even worse and we need exciting solutions, and that's what we're here to help offer. And the warmth and love, and I'm just so excited to be here and be a part of your presentations and everything, because y'all are it's just an awesome city. And one of the reasons we're here and here to present is because we were able to connect with Mr. Emmanuel Mitchell from the Augusta Richmond Public Library, and he spoke with us about wanting to demo this project and demo this initiative. So we're really excited about Augusta being the launch pad for this awesomeness. So at the root of everything that we do is our Comic Book Genius Project. We're empowering young minds through story-driven learning. So our Genius framework, we're growing through inspiration. We're engaging with creativity. We're nurturing individual potential. We're igniting passion for learning. We're unlocking joy, and we're sparking hope and resilience. We really want to work to nurture the whole child beyond just reading, but we know once we can master reading, we can master so much more. It just affects every part of our lives. This is our family. Our girls are back here. Hi, girls. I'll just keep clicking. These are some of our characters. So we have books for early learners all the way up to teenagers. If you have any affinity for comic books, then we're the people for you. But we're here to spread happiness, joy, excitement, and really get kids excited about reading and excited about learning. We've worked with over 1,500 students through our education initiatives, instruction, workshops. We've presented at conventions with over 80,000 attendees. We've done comic book giveaways and workshops. We've presented for corporate trainings, including Southwest Airlines. And we continue to offer virtual learning support, especially to families who need us the most.
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Click, click, click. This is a little bit of proof. Our students succeed. Awesome artwork. Let's work together. We love your support in whatever way you be interested in working with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, beautiful.
And there's a couple of colleagues in the queue, so if you just sit tight for just a second. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Alvin Mason.
Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Don't go anywhere just yet.
Oh,
Come
okay,
on back
yes,
up. Come
yes.
on back up to the podium.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, sir.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. The concept, I love the concept. It's something that's sorely needed in not just our community, but in the nation as a whole, but certainly here in Richmond County. And I'm wondering, what is it that we can do as a organization or a governmental entity that can assist in ensuring that your mission and your ideals of seeing this come to fruition, what is it that we can do? What can we help with to ensure that this comes off?
Okay, thank you so much. And that's the perfect question. We are working to fund this through grants, sponsorship, advertising, connecting with different community leaders and business owners who would like to get behind this. This is a literacy initiative, so if this is something that the city could support financially, that would be awesome. We're looking to even incorporate different historical areas and get your feedback on what stops and what sites we should have involved. We would love collaboration on events. I know I'm saying a lot, but
That's
whatever
okay.
y'all are open to.
Mr. Mayor, maybe it would be a good idea from one standpoint is to like marry them up with Parks and Recreation, because if that's the case, we could use some of our parks and our recreation areas, perhaps. I would leave that up to our director to see if she's done such a marvelous job on everything she's touched so far. Everything's turned to gold. So if that's something that we could do that would help increase our the reading of our students, our teens, and especially our those that need special learning needs. I know that comics and books like that really help with special learning needs. I have two twin granddaughters with special learning needs, and the comic books have been a huge help. I'm here to tell you in terms of their understanding, their comprehension, and their reading levels, and their attention span tends to be a lot longer with the comic books and those types of things and other things that have been tried. So that's one of the things that I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that our Parks and Rec have a little conversation there and see how we may be able to assist in that process in terms of some facilities to help operate from.
Oh, that'd be amazing. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason, well noted. Commissioner Johnson's out of the queue. Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. And it's good to see you and that beautiful family. Let that family stand up. Stand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
I had a privilege of hearing the presentation last night at the library board meeting, and it was exciting. And they did vote unanimously to actually partner with the group as well. So Director Williams, Tamika, maybe it's something that you and Mr. Mitchell, the director from Library Service, can get together sooner than later, because I think you want to start your program right when
Yes, the
school is
14th.
out. So, and thank you, and I want to give kudos to Hubby. Hubby is the person who did all the artwork. Thank you so very much.
Thank you guys again for being here, and you have a beautiful family.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item C as part of delegation.
Item C, Mr. Ben Hassan, clarity about the service agreement on the agenda with Train.
Mr. Hassan, good day.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Ben Hassan, 3529 Monte Carlo Drive. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I was here last November 26th of last year, and we established some things that need to be done. And one of the things that I was asking for and was agreed upon was that to bring Train in, our consultant, to try to give us some directions in terms of what these maintenance of contracts should look like. Interim Director Ronald made note that he would have them here in January. We know that didn't happen, but here we are now, and the maintenance agreements are back on the agenda again, and I still think that we ought to be hearing from our consultant around these issues before we approve a maintenance contract with that. I think it's very, very important, because you got to balance it out between what our last year in terms of our we invested in that particular what we spend as a government in terms of where we're going in the future. I think there's some barriers that need to be examined before we approve this maintenance agreement contract. And that's what we need from, from NV5. Not only that, and let me back up just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Frampton was here, and what he made a mention when I spoke was, we're going to put train on the contract on the agenda in 2 weeks' time. I told him I had no questions for train. However, I told him my questions or my concern were with NV5. Commissioner Johnson at that particular time said, "Hey, let's put NV5 on the agenda," and that's when interim director made mention that we will have a report from NV5 in January. So here we are now, and I think we need a report from them before we take any actions.
Thank you, Commissioner Son. There's a commissioner in the queue that has obviously some questions or comments. Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 8th Commissioner, Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask if Ron Lampkin was here.
Right here.
Could you come and speak towards us? And while you're making your way up there, I remember this conversation pretty directly, and I'm just kind of curious why we never received the update that we were told was coming.
The update that was coming was the service agreement that was coming back. The service agreement was vetted by NV5. I believe that should have been included in your package, the email for them that they went through the service package. The thing is with the service agreement and the maintenance agreement is the contract that we signed going into this project is a 20-year term of service agreement. So if we do not keep the equipment serviced, because it is a guaranteed contract, we have to have a maintenance agreement to maintain the equipment, because the guaranteed savings is whatever we save or don't save, then Train would write us a check for that amount. So if we're not servicing the equipment, then we will forfeit our agreement with Train, so then we would lose our guarantee.
Do you have that agreement that you could put up on the screen for everybody?
No, that was in the original contract, 600.
I'm talking about for the public.
I don't have that. I don't have the contract with me. It's that was the 600-page document.
No, I'm talking about the email that you said came from NV5.
Oh, no, I don't have that one with me, but I can provide that to everyone if it's needed. But we don't do any paperwork or have anything done without going to the consultant first. They review every maintenance agreement and actually came up or helped us come up with what need to be maintained. Because in our original contract, in Exhibit G of the original contract, the maintenance that was put forth, it didn't cover all the equipment. So we sat down with NV5 and also Trained to come up with what needed to be done.
Thanks, sir. Mayor, I also have a question for the administrator.
Yes, sir.
Madam Administrator, in regards to this contract and the level of service that we've received, are there actual cost savings each year that we're able to actually recognize?
I would say, Commissioner Garrett, it depends. It's more of a cost avoidance, I would say, at this point, than a major cost savings. So right now, what we have, based on what I've seen thus far on this agreement, if your utilities costs are increasing, which we know they are, then the money that you thought you were going to save, all you've done is avoid that because it balanced out to what your original projections are. Mm-hmm. So it's more of a cost avoidance. We have received some funds from Georgia Power for some of the things that we have put into place. Those are considered cost savings that can go back into our actual account to be utilized for the actual project. However, at this point, when the actual cost for the services or utility is increasing, you're not going to really save a lot of money until you have everything in place and that you have a stable, a stable amount that you're being charged for those services.
And do you see us ever having a stable amount?
I don't want to make a prediction. But I don't probably see us doing that. But I will say, based on what I've seen on this contract, it is more of a cost efficiency project than a major cost savings. If the cost would have stayed flat and we would have put these things into place, of course you would have had a cost savings. But once the minimum cost increase, then it's more of less savings and more cost avoidance.
And just to add to what she's saying, the original contract is not a dollar amount savings. The guarantee comes from the energy savings by kilowatt hours. And so what is guaranteed is that we'll save 3,816,906 kilowatt hours per year on the contract. And if we don't see that energy savings, then Train reimburses us because they're not meeting the qualifications. And a part of that is making sure that all equipment is maintained properly.
So how do we audit those kilowatt hours?
So we are in the process of doing the construction closeout, which will start now. And this is a part of summing that up, getting the maintenance agreement in place. Starting June, we will go into what's called a performance period of the contract. That period is for 1 year. And in that 1 year's time, Train will monitor, NV5 will monitor, and then they will be reporting back on a monthly basis, the savings. So we'll be able to see, and NV5 will overlook those savings as our consultant to make sure that we're saving what they're saying and we're getting our guarantee.
So they're monitoring their own work?
No, but we also have the consultant in place to do as well. So NV5 will be monitoring as well to make sure that we're getting what we say we are supposed to get.
Commissioner Garrett, you yield.
I have no words.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question for the intern, Lampkin. Mr. Lampkin, this train contract that we got in front of us, $580,000, might as well say $581. It's a preventive maintenance contract?
That is correct.
Yep. How many facilities does this cover?
This covers all 64 facilities that was in the project, including, in this one, equipment that was not changed in the project as well, like for our aquatic center, to be exact.
They fixing or they maintaining the boilers in the aquatic center, is that correct?
Not at this time. So, and that's why we got this contract in place, because we don't have a maintenance agreement with anyone on the aquatic center now. So all that would be included in this contract right
Before
here.
I'm going to hold my questions until item 18 comes up.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I think we're already there at item 18. So if it's okay with this body, we'd like to make these companion items. Is that okay? Any objection to companion item, this delegation C with item 18?
Are we able to do that without stopping the delegation portion of the agenda? Maybe that's a parliamentary inquiry. I don't have a problem, just want to make sure.
You can pull matters out of order.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
So
I was asking because once I asked that before, and we were told that we couldn't.
Okay. Let's
But it's okay, we're good.
let's move forward. Commissioner Guilfoyle, you still have the floor, sir. Did you want to follow up
Thank
with a
you.
question?
Yes.
Now that we've made these companion items.
So intern Lampkin, how many facilities did you say?
I think it's 65 total.
All right, that includes the jail off Tennessee Road?
Yeah.
Every one of our parks, every
Yes.
one of our buildings?
That is correct.
And what happens if we don't continue forward with this maintenance contract with?
The maintenance contract is renewable every year. If we don't continue forward and the equipment is not properly maintained, and then you run the risk of losing your guarantee that was voted on in the contract.
Right, so they will actually go out and maintain, because we, as a government, does not do a good job at maintaining our facilities. We both know that.
I won't say that. The equipment that we have on hand, those boilers and chillers that's in the basement here, we don't have the staff to maintain those. That's why we enter into a service agreement.
Right, as far as AC, y'all don't have the staff, and you sub that out as well?
Right, most of it because we don't have certified HVAC technicians to work on that equipment, and so you don't just want anybody working on those pieces of equipment.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve on this.
All right, there's been a motion made to approve item 18. Is there a second? There's been a motion to approve item 18. Is there a second? Second. There's a second by Commissioner Mason. We're going to get to the queue, sir. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Director Lampkin, my question, you just touched on it, but my specific question is, why do we not have staff that are certified, trained certified? When I did a little reading on my own, I came up with, to become a trained comfort specialist, an HVAC company needs to meet specific requirements, including purchasing a minimum amount. And I'm wondering if we hit that minimum amount, and are we able to actually work on our own equipment if in fact we pay for those certifications?
That is exactly right. I am in the process of getting us trained, certified. I've already spoken with them to send staff over to be trained. Right now, we're just finishing up a second portion of our staff getting electrical training so we can start doing more of these things in-house.
So we are in the process of
Yes,
doing
I've
that.
already spoken with Train to see if we can get some people certified so that we can work on some of our smaller units ourselves.
Okay, so I would like to receive an update. So Administrator Allen, if you could please continue to follow up on that so we can see where we are in that process as it pertains to having in-house trained individuals to work on our equipment, HVAC equipment and any other type of equipment that falls under that category, hot water heaters, et cetera. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Mr. Lamke, in looking at the service pricing and acceptance on this and service fees, and I'm looking at an initial 5 years and then with options of renewing 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 years. And for some reason, my math is not math. And when I look at these numbers, here I'm looking at year one, 23,469, year two, 18,000. Help me to understand how we get to 500,000. And while you're doing that, what would have been the problem with having our consultant here to help explain to us? Is almost like as if the company that installed the equipment, they're servicing equipment, and then they're going to be the ones that are going to be what I would call, they're providing the maintenance, and they're going to be signing off on everything that they're doing without having someone to do any checks and balances based on what we're paying them to do. Now, if we're paying NV5 as consultants, then I think they should be here along with making presentations on what it is that we're agreeing on today of $500,000. I mean, if we were supposed to have them here in January, it's May now, what prevented them from being here to give us a clear, concise explanation of what it is that Train is doing and what we're paying for here? Can you answer that for me, please?
Yes, sir. To answer your question, NV5 has been here at commission meeting about this project. Also, we've had them
I do. Wait. Let me. I do understand they have been here during the process of when Train, all of this was being established. But my question was, if it was called for them to be here in January to make the presentation, my only question is, why weren't they here in January? It's May now. Why weren't they here in January?
Well, in January, they weren't able to come. I didn't request for them to come. We were in the middle of still dealing with storm damage at that time. But they are well aware and a part of every process that we've taken. NV5 is based out of New York, and so they do have to make travel arrangements, and they are working on several other projects. But please understand that we don't do anything or make any decisions without their approval, or even when it comes to the pay apps that Train sends in, they are well aware of every step that we take. We've actually sat down with them on Zoom meetings, and we went through this maintenance contract. We've also asked them, did we have to enter into a maintenance contract? And they informed us that if y'all would like to have them here to explain it again, I'm more than happy to have them come down or try to schedule a time that they can come down. But this is something that we have to have in order to, because of the contract that we signed early on.
At least, they should have given us the ability to be able to see something. I mean, we're paying them as consultants too, right?
That is correct, and that's why I make sure that we reach out to them in every aspect, because we are paying them as consultants.
Absolutely. So I would venture to say that it's in our best interest to at least make sure that we have, when I say we, I mean, you work directly with them.
Correct.
And we as decision makers and policy makers up here, we just have what you tell us to go by. I mean, it would really be nice to have them, since we're paying them, it would really be nice to have them to come before us at some time. You say they're in New York, but we're paying them from Augusta. So it would behoove them to at least come here to make a goodwill effort so that we can see what we're paying for.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. Also, please know I won't bring anything before you without consulting with them first, because that's what we're paying them to do.
Absolutely. And then at the same time, I would never say that you would, Director Lampkin.
Yeah.
And you do a great job. I appreciate what you do. But I'm still with this notion that if we're paying them as consultants, I would like to at least be able to see them represented here in this chamber. I mean, do a presentation to us because we're paying them. It's like we're paying them, but they're giving you what to tell us. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And as I said before, we have had them here several times. Since
I've seen them here.
Right, yeah.
You're
So they
absolutely
have
right.
made some presentations to us and explained the project several times, especially when new commissioners came on board, to make sure we're caught up on where we are. Because like I said, this project is about 6-7 years in the making now.
And I understand they were here from the inception of the project, getting everything laid out. But now we're in another phase. Now we're in the maintenance phase. Now we were in the installation phase. Then we're in the maintenance phase now. So now we're talking about more dollars being spent in order for us to keep up this equipment. And with them being the sole providers of being able to keep up this equipment, we void everything that we have if Train don't keep up the equipment. Right? Am I right?
Right. Well, if we don't keep up the equipment,
And then Train are the ones that's going to be doing
right, and that's why
we're
we're going into a maintenance agreement with them.
And I'm in agreement with you. And I think my colleague brought up a very good point from the second district. I think what we need to do is make sure we got people that will be able to do the things that we need done on this kind of equipment, and we don't have to worry about spending so much money outsourcing these kinds of things when we can have people internally that can work on this type stuff. I appreciate all of your work you've put into this project, all of your efforts, but give me a little more satisfaction when it comes down with these consultants.
Well,
okay?
we'll see the consultants a little more going into the performance period, because they'll be here keeping track of making sure we're getting our cost savings.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to some of the things that Mr. Lampkin has said?
We're going to continue with our dialogue. Commissioner Johnson from the first, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lampkin, Director Lampkin, I'm sorry. Commissioner Pulliam mentioned about having folks in-house to do the work, and you mentioned that you're in the process of working on getting that done. What is the timeline on making sure that we have people in-house to do this type of work?
I believe the train process or the HVAC training that they do is a 12-month process. So we'll, of course, funding is always available. We only have so much in education and training. So I may send 2 at a time, and then we'll work on getting more trained as we go along. But as I've stated, if I can get 2 people trained, it would be great, because we do have, as you can see, a lot of emergencies when it comes to HVAC, and we always calling somebody in because we don't have certified staff to do that.
So when we get these certified staff members in to do this work, will we be able to go back and amend the contract?
The contract is renewable every year. So if we get trained staff that can work on some of this equipment, we can then remove some things from the contract yearly and then kind of decrease the price.
No, but you mentioned earlier that was a 20-year term.
Well, the contract is for the guarantee is 20 years. So we have to make sure for 20 years that this equipment is maintained properly. So as we continue to go through the process, we can dial off some of those things depending on how much trained staff we have.
I'm not understanding. So, and I've been known to not understand, so just walk me through this.
Okay.
If it's a 20-year guarantee, but the contract is renewable each year.
The maintenance contract, not
Maintenance
that
contract is renewable each year, but we are obligated for 20 years for what?
So the 20 years is for the agreement that was signed in the original contract, the 700 page.
So we're obligated to pay them for 20 years.
So my understanding of it, if you read the contract, is that we have to it's a 20-year guarantee. So we supposed to get 20 years worth of cost savings. And in those 20 years, whichever year we don't meet the cost savings, Train reimburses us for that year. So at any point in that 20 years, if we're not maintaining the equipment properly, then it will void the contract. So the 20 years is also to pay the loan back. So those cost savings is supposed to be used to go back into the contract to pay the loan back. Whatever savings we get from the energy efficiency is supposed to go back to paying the loan back that was done.
So what is the benefit to the city in all of this?
Well, one, we replace aging equipment. So that was definitely a need. Also, the benefit is a cost savings. And like the administrator said, had we not done anything at all and we sat stagnant, our Georgia power rates were steady increasing. So since I've been doing this project, I think we've had about a 6 or 7% increase from Georgia Power on our power bill since then. So had we not done that, and say, for instance, in the Central Services Office, if our electric bill was $10,000 a month, when I first started, if we didn't do anything at all, it would be $15,000, $16,000 now.
Right.
So we did some cost avoidance, basically.
Thank you, Director Lampkin. I've been informed that we've exceeded our time on this and that by combining it as part of the
No, sir, Mr.
delegation.
Mayor.
We're going into this for 22 minutes, and there's been a call for the question.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Well, hold on one
But
second.
if somebody
Call for the
object,
Hold on. I still have the floor though, sir. And also, if a question is called, it takes 2/3 majority to stop debate. But I still have an additional question here. And if a question is called, we can take a vote to stop debate. But I
Attorney
still have a question.
Plunkett, being our parliamentarian, by combining these items,
I mean, that's Robert's
What
Rules
is-
of Order.
I didn't get 5 minutes, I know.
what is our, for clarification, please?
I would believe that the speaker would still have the balance of his 5 minutes because it is a delegation issue. We're combining the two matters. And so it would be appropriate for him to have his 5 minutes as well as the body to have the ability to debate the matter. Once he's completed his presentation, then you would be able to call for the question if you believe that the matter has been fully debated.
Thank you, Attorney
Question.
Plunkett.
I have a follow-up question to the attorney. Can you also weigh in whether or not 2/3 vote is required for a vote to happen to stop debate? Calling for the question is a recommendation to stop debate and vote. Does it take 2/3 majority for that to happen of this body? According to Robert's Rules of Order, our rules that we govern ourselves off of. We follow Robert's Rules of Procedures, Robert's Rules of Order.
That's a question for our interim counsel, Attorney Plunkett.
According to our procedures, to call for the question, there is no second and no debate is required and requires a majority vote per the procedures that were adopted in 22.
So this body does not govern itself using Robert's Rules of Order?
It does to the extent that the procedure rules do not apply.
In what case would that be?
So in other words, if we have a procedural rule that's been adopted by this body, that trumps Robert's rules. If it is absent in our rules of procedure, then Robert's rules would apply.
So if there's a conversation happening and issues are being discussed, any commissioner can say, call for the question. And whether any commissioner has an additional question or not, that debate stops and then we start voting? Is that how that works?
It is up to the chair to determine whether or not there's been a reasonable debate at that point. Is my understanding of that you can't just simply have a call for the question, a motion second and call for the question. There's to be ample time to debate the matter.
Well, my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order is that there requires a 2/3 vote. But nonetheless, I still have the floor and I wish to continue my questioning.
Continue on, Commissioner Johnson, and noted that Mr. Hassan, you were 3.5 minutes into your 5-minute delegation, so you will get a minute and a half.
No, sir, I ain't talking about 3.5 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My last question here, but also an additional comment, is I think we ought to be consistent with the rulings that we are receiving as members of this body. On some other occasions, we've been told different when Robert's Rules of Order is concerned. So I'm yearning for some consistency up here. Last question. I wasn't a joke. That was not a joke. Last question, and this is for the administrator, is how much are we paying NV5? What is the cost of that contract with them, and what is the length of time for the NV5 contract?
Commissioner Johnson, I would have to defer to Mr. Lampkin on that.
I don't have the exact dollar amount in front of me because I thought this was a maintenance issue, so I didn't bring it. But the length of the contract is
I
through
mean,
the,
it is a maintenance issue, but it's tied to NV5, right? I mean, I'm trying not to get annoyed. Like, the questions that I'm asking are absolutely in line with the NV5 situation. So I think if we bring something to the table that involves NV5 to any degree, that we should have answers to those questions.
well, since they,
Okay, it's
yeah,
okay. I'm gonna come out of the queue.
yeah.
I'm gonna come out of the queue. I want to know how much we're paying them, and I want to know what the length of the
The
contract
length of the
is.
contract is through the performance period, so we have another year on
Just
that
provide that
contract.
to us, please, in email.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hassan,
Mr. Mayor, let's establish, I've been talking for 3.5 minutes now. Give me a better time than that. I didn't talk no
you
3.5
talked for
minutes.
3.5 minutes, sir. I have a timer right here. We've been debating this matter for 26 minutes, now 27 seconds.
Mr. Mayor, you've debated
So
issues.
a minute and a half, sir.
Okay, all right. First thing I want to say, I think as the commission approved this contract, I think it's a disservice to the public. I've been down here probably no less than 3 times, as many as 4. And every time NV5 has come about being present, they still are not present. I believe, I'm gonna say this here, I believe you're being misled willingly to not to look at this. I think if you look in your book, I'm not sure, Commissioner Gifford asked about how many facilities. I don't think it could just cover those 64 facilities if you look at your contract in your hand. Also, what he is saying about this is a yearly contract. Right now, he should be evaluating our wins and our losses on an annual basis. You cannot this maintenance contract. It is not time to do it if you don't have information from NV5. This is a disservice. Last but not least, because all I'm gonna be able to get in here, looks like. This $25 million contract is gonna turn to a $60 or $70 million contract with this Richmond County getting nothing out of it. Why do I say that? The
One minute.
$3.7 thousand dollars that he's talking about on G, that's over $7.2 million. 25 and 7 is what, 32. And then you talk about another 18, 20 years, he said, that's gonna be another $1 million there. You're talking about $52 million in Augusta, Richmond County is gonna get absolutely nothing out of it because he won't bring the consultant to the table. The consultant will, if the consultant said that, I agree with it.
Madam
But the
Clerk,
commission would know
let it
that
be
this is a
noted
disservice to
that
this here.
former Commissioner Hassan has exceeded his time. We have a motion and a proper second. Commissioner Scott, I do see you in the queue, madam.
Yes, sir. I would just like to ask Interim Director Lampkin, sorry about that. How long would it take, if you notify MV5 today, would it be 2 weeks, a week to get them back down here so they can explain this to us? Or could we put them on Zoom or something and do a presentation on this versus we taking your word or in your research that we're having a cost saving with this? How long would it take?
Okay,
And they were supposed to be here in January, and it's five months later, and they still not here.
okay. I couldn't speak to that without speaking to them first. I'm sure they could easily call in if needed. But like I said, they would have to make travel arrangements. I'm sure they could get here. But I do want to clarify that, it's not just taking my word on it, that all this has been vetted through NV5. And we do have to have a maintenance agreement. The reason why we come before you guys with so many emergencies now when it comes to HVAC equipment and all our chillers and boilers, Webster Detention Center, is because we don't have maintenance agreements in place. So it's still costing us money one way or the other because either we're doing it as an emergency and then we have to do it. I don't know if y'all remember 2 summers ago, we spent $37,000 a month at the Webster Detention Center to rent an HVAC unit because one went out. And it's because it's not properly maintained. This is a way for us to properly maintain our equipment. If it was not for Train nor NV5, I would still bring a maintenance agreement forward to y'all because this is something that we definitely need.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
One other follow-up question. So what we have here today in this package, this is what MV5 have approved.
That is correct. So in the original contract, you have an Exhibit G. That was the maintenance that was already included. That's the $307,000. In that maintenance package, they picked and choose what equipment would be maintained. The second portion that I bought before you that we went through at NV5 is after we went through and saw the equipment, we said, okay, well, these things are left out. Let's take this building, for instance. The only thing that was in the original project to be maintained was the chillers in the basement. It did not cover all the units for the floors. It did not cover all the automation equipment. So we went back to put those things in the contract, and that's why you have that separate contract before you.
Not true.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
One other question. So this is a separate contract?
Right. So what you're approving is the maintenance contract that's outside of the original contract for us to be able to maintain the equipment that was not included in the original contract. And so if you look at Exhibit G in the original contract, it states the municipal building. It tells you what equipment is covered. If you look at the mechanical contract that I bought before you, it shows you the municipal building and it lists all the other equipment that was not included in the contract so that we can add that to it. Once again, like I said, if this was not for this project, nor if it was NV5 or Train, I still would have bought the same maintenance agreement to you because this is what we need to maintain our equipment. Commissioner Guilfoyle, we talked about the aquatic center. He believed we had a maintenance agreement, and he said the boys because he knows we have an issue. I'm sure y'all got calls about the aquatic center. We don't have a maintenance agreement for the aquatic center. It's pool season, so we need to be able to maintain the equipment instead of having to keep calling people in to work on that equipment. It'll be maintained properly so that our equipment can work like it's supposed to.
Mr. Scott.
Can I yield to Mr. Johnson? And I may have one follow-up question, maybe.
Yes, ma'am, you may. The chair recognizes Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Lampkin. Let me backtrack here and say that I don't question your integrity or your character by any means. I don't think that you would lead us down the wrong path. But I think the point here is that the last time we had this conversation that we specifically requested that the consultant comes here and talks to us, just as Marcy Rubinstein does for our legislative stuff, just as ISM does for Parks and Recreation before we make any determinations. I think that it would be helpful for us to feel comfortable supporting something to this magnitude. So I want to make a substitute motion that we postpone this vote until NV5 comes here to meet with us so that we can have an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. There's a form of substitute motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, can I say one thing? If we remember back when we were discussing NV5, it wasn't about the maintenance. It was more about doing the phase 2 of the project. So that's when we were requesting for them to come back because we were in discussions of phase 2. It had nothing to do with the maintenance. But I mean, we can have them come speak on the maintenance if needed.
We're not debating that. We're not.
I mean, I just wanted to clear that up.
I understand. I remember very well what it was about. I think just to make sure that we are aware of what we're voting on, I think it would be in order to have our consultants come speak to us, just as other consultants do on a regular basis. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Well noted. You have a formal motion, substitute motion, and second by Commissioner Tony Lewis. Madam Clerk, for clarity, that substitute motion is to hold off on this contract until we hear from our consultant, correct? NV5. All right, there's no one else in the queue. Let's get to voting. This has been a long time talking here. Let's get to voting on the substitute motion, Madam Clerk.
Can I ask for afterwards?
Colleagues, we're voting on substitute motion.
That motion fails 4-6, with Mr. Johnson voting yes, Ms. Pulliam voting yes, Mr. Lewis voting yes, Ms. Scott voting yes. Voting no, Ms. Rice, Mr. Mason, Mr. Clark, Ms. Slindeck, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle has asked for a point of personal privilege before I call for the vote on the original motion. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the clerk a question?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, would you be kind enough to go through the archives on how NV5 originated with this government as well as this train contract, forward us the minutes of that meeting, please?
Okay.
That was originally passed on this floor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No, sir, you are out of order, sir. Your time has expired. You're out
I
of
asked me
order.
a question, Mr. Mayor. I
No,
can do
sir,
that.
your time has expired. Madam Clerk, we're moving forward with the original motion that was made by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Alpha Mason. That pertains to item number 18. We're ready to vote. If you want to read the motion, we've been talking about it for a while. Just read it. For the
Motion
record,
to
please.
approve the request for the building automation service and mechanical service agreement 1 year in the total amount of $580,670.97 by Train Company.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're voting.
Madam Clerk, I pressed the wrong button.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, could,
Do we
we
need to
haven't,
reset?
yeah, we reset, Ms. Pulliam.
All right, we're going to reset.
Reset. Just go ahead on and vote again.
Thank you.
Are you done, Ms. Pulliam? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That motion carries 6-4 with Ms. Rice voting yes, Mr. Mason, Mr. Clark, Ms. Lindeck, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson. Voting no, Mr. Johnson, Jordan Johnson, Ms. Stacy Pulliam, Mr. Tony Lewis, and Ms. Francine Scott.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item number 5.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Johnson.
I
you're
want to
recognized.
submit for the record that this body just voted on over $500,000 worth of a contract without hearing from our consultants first of what our actual savings or anything in between would be. So, Ms. Bonner, could you please add that for the official record, please? Thank you.
That's right. Mr. Green, I almost forgot about you, sir. I'm trying to move on to item number 5. Madam Clerk, let's move back to the delegation and go to item number, I think that takes us to item number D.
Item number D, Mr. Brian Green, relative to the reciprocity of improved public transportation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Green, we went so long there, 38 minutes. I almost forgot about you, sir. I appreciate your patience. For the record, please state your name and address.
Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn. Thank you for these 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor. And
Yes, sir.
also, I think that this issue here probably we should be able to resolve in the next hour or two. So, hope you just be a little patient here. I'm here. I decided to reverse my presentation. I want to start off by saying this. We're here in Augusta, Richmond County. We're almost 30 years into this consolidated situation here. And I think to this panel right here, I believe to this panel right here, we need to take a real close look at where we are going forward. Especially considering that we even have a Carl Vinson study coming up. I just think we need to the citizens of Richmond County, we have got to understand that Richmond County is now one government, period. There's no this side, that side. We're one government, which leads me to this subject here. When the issue of transportation comes up, it seems to me, just like what happened in Cobb County, they voted down some 62% last year, but that's probably people who don't need transportation. That say, we don't need that. What about the people who do need transportation? Those are the people we need to focus on. That's why I'm here today, not as an expert, certainly on transportation and all that, just as an advocate. I'm not here to speak for anybody. This is just me, my own little words or whatever. I believe we need to give consideration here. And to the gentleman in the South, I always ask about a cost. I can't say it in 5 minutes, but I'd be glad to touch on it about possibly offsetting their costs. I believe we can have a good public transit system, Mr. Mayor and Commission, one that goes to the South, but one that does not
challenge the integrity of the subdivisions. And let me give you an example. Take where the transit system is right now. They leave out, they'll say go up Deansbridge Road, hit Lumpkin Road, hit Peach Orchard Road, hit Winter Spring, hit Tobacco Road, hit Morgan Road. Nobody's gonna probably lose house value because of public transit system or bus came rolling down the road. I'm just throwing that out there at you. There's always a way to work something out. Another thing that really bothers me is like this bougie, that's what I don't even know how to spell that word, I should, but we don't want this ignorant perception that public transit transports criminals. Hey, let's get them out of the other side of town to kill, rob, and steal. You got a homeless problem out there. You got folks on the intersection of Winter Spring Road. They're sleeping at my favorite store, the Home Improvement. I won't call the name. The drug store. They're not out there with the public transit system. How are they getting out there? Any ideas? So you can't blame that on public transit. I just think that's a foolish notion. So I'm gonna hop on the bus, take it across town. Let me break in that house. Break in this house, hypothetically. Steal a TV. Where's this bus? Gee whiz. Wait for the bus. You know, that sounds foolish, doesn't it? Right? Well, it sounds even more foolish when people say that. Oh, so you don't have any criminals in your neighborhood? I don't care what part of town. You got sections. Believe me, you got them out there. You better look around. I'm personally offended by that notion that transporting. We can have a new improved system, Mr. Mayor, one that involves IDs. We're in 2025, you got this stuff going on with ICE. Get it to where you can't ride a bus unless you have ID. You don't have ID? Don't ride. Go get an ID.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. So we can have a express system that goes to Waynesboro. I know it's been talked about before. The roads have been improved, and to Jefferson County. Now you're bringing in people to work in Richmond County. That's the whole idea about this reciprocity. You're giving something in return. And also based on this Netflix study, it says that for every dollar, you get $1 in return on investment in transportation. Some study groups have said for $1, you get $5 in return. People going to shop, people going to work, and that sort of thing. So let's take a different outlook on public transit. And I do have an idea. I would love to engage you very quickly about offsetting the cost, because I know I'm typically asked that question, about cost.
You did it in 5 seconds left, sir. Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the second. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, Mayor Johnson. Mr. Green, thank you for that presentation. Transportation is something very near and dear to not only my heart, but my constituents' heart as well. In fact, it was when I ran for the seat, it was one of the things that District 2 said they needed was quality transportation. And I think that our transit department is doing an amazing job. There are so many grants that are out there and that are available that they continuously apply for. So please know that that is something that I personally am diligently working on. And I agree, when people move to this city, that's one of the first things they ask, especially when they're coming from larger cities, where's the public transportation? And even as we look out at the industrial park and how far that is, there's so many jobs that people in the inner city that don't have transportation, they're almost missing out on some opportunities. So those conversations are in the works because I am consistently listening to what my constituents have to say, not just my constituents, just people all over as they're moving to our area. So thank you so much for bringing that before this body.
Mr. Green, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you.
Second.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Commissioner Alvin Mason. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I would like to hear briefly some of the offset costs that you were referring to.
Thank you for that question.
Yes.
This is just something I came up with. Y'all bear with me. If we took 100 vehicles, just point to the V8, that I know mainly law enforcement drive the big V8. They have an 18-gallon fuel tank. Not just law enforcement, but anybody driving a vehicle home on weekends. If you were to ground one 100 vehicles at any time. That's 800 trips you just served right there. That's not immediate funding, but let that add up real quickly, Mr. Mason. You're saving trips. And people may whine, that is a government vehicle. That's not yours. When I was in sales, I got a demo, but that was their car, not mine. Their tag was on the back. It wasn't registered to Brian Green. And I wasn't emotionally attached to it. We talking about numbers unattached to emotions. But if you ground, Commissioner Mason, 100, just say 200 vehicles, the people driving those vehicles on the weekend that they're off, imagine those savings in 12 months' time. Imagine the fill-ups, money that you're saving, obviously the wear and tear. And that, I just want to present that to you all, because that does deal with transportation. I know it's a little different, but yet it's all out the same area, your budget, the general funds. I'm just saying it could translate to a savings where you could throw money towards a very important entity such as public transit, because that's one of the, and you all know this, that's one of the top considerations of big businesses coming in here, what kind of transportation system you have. That's a big draw. That's right there in the middle of the discussion, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just trying to put some weight behind it as far as that. Did that kind of answer your question, Mr. Mason?
Yes, it did. And I like the also the reciprocity piece that you speak of. Now, I don't know how that will work on IDs, because this ID thing, that's a whole nother ballgame. That we may not want to go down that road. Otherwise, then this voter thing will sure enough start getting out of whack. But what I would say is that we do have to think outside of the box, because with our neighboring counties, there's so many of our neighboring counties that are coming into Richmond County to work or trying to get here. A express bus or transportation with perhaps some reciprocity from Burke County or Jefferson or even Columbia County. I don't know. That would be something that could be certainly talked about and discussed to see if that's something that would work. Because the point that you're making, that Burke and Jefferson is coming from the south end. So that means they'd have to come to Tobacco Road and Peach Orchard and Dean's Bridge and all that, these areas that's not really being serviced in the first place. So now we've got more of that coming in, and then more ability to get out here to the south. Now, when I was here in 2011, I was able to get transportation onto Fort Gordon for our soldiers. That did not work out too well because, number one, it was not marketed properly. By us here in the city. It was not marketed properly, and we did not do the due diligence that was necessary. It was on a 6-month basis, and it ended up being not an asset, but a liability. But not because the thought process wasn't correct, but the marketing and the focus was not done properly. So I believe that there are opportunities, and we are one city, number one. We shouldn't have any area in Augusta, Richmond County that a person can't get on the bus. To me, especially they pay taxes, everything else, just like anybody else. So I have a real problem with that. I've always had a problem with that. I'll continue to have a problem with that. But I like the fact of some of the things that you've brought up and the reciprocity. But what I would say immediately is let's get rid of the ID deal, because that would cause some serious issues as we continue to go through this process. And even, let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck, 100. If, like you say, criminals are everywhere, but if you've committed a crime and you've done your time, we can't give you a second chance? We can't give you another chance? You see what I'm saying? I mean, so criminals are formed everywhere. Don't just think they're in the South or down in the bottom, because I'm here to tell you, they all over the place, whether you say the Hill or anywhere else, Columbia County, any of these, it's happening. So we ought not put a stigma on particular areas of Augusta, Richmond County about certain things and certain people. And so, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to share that with Mr. Green. I believe that well, he's certainly well within his rights and the thought process of improving our public transportation. And there shouldn't be a single commissioner up here who shouldn't know, not think, or have a high probability that should not want a better public transportation system that services this entire county, that is beneficial for this city and county as a whole. Shouldn't be a single one that should vote, that would not vote for a comprehensive public transportation system. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Chair recognizes Commissioner Tina Slendak from the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Green, thanks for coming. I hope that one day our transportation department, and they may be working on it, I'm not sure, and I think I've mentioned this before, but I just find it astounding that in this day and age, there's no way to pick up a phone, buy a ticket, pay for it, and when you get on a bus, show your phone. I can't believe you have to go to the terminal and buy a paper ticket. I can't believe it. So I think if our transportation department could get that type of capability, that would open it up to a lot of people, because I'm telling you, younger people, and there is a need for younger people to have transportation. I'm not talking about kids, I'm talking about in their 20s, in all districts. My district, on District 7, there is. But kids aren't going to go down and buy a paper ticket and expect them to keep it, because I know some that won't, but they're never going to lose this. They never lose a phone. So I think our transportation department has to move into the future. And without it, I think we're just jabbering. So that's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor, can I please make it?
Yes, sir. Briefly, quickly.
Let me just say this. This is 2025. All the stuff going on ice. Most of the people out on the street, if you approach them, they don't have ID. None of them have ID of family members. They're the only one left in their family. But it's a good point you make, Commissioner Mason. If you ever consider that express situation, Mr. Mayor, it's a selling point to the constituents that if you're going to be taking an express bus, you would have proven to the transit system that you have a job in Richmond County. I don't think there's a problem with that. And you do have ID. It will be more of a selling tool to the. So somebody wouldn't think somebody may just jump, it's just a thought, on the bus, come up here and do whatever. No, they're coming up here with purpose. And it may be a better selling tool to the community that at least we have legitimate people getting on these express buses.
Mr. Green, thank you so much. Appreciate your passion for the community. Thank you for coming before us. Appreciate you. Madam Administrator, you in the queue?
Yes, sir. Just so our governing body, as well as our citizens know, as part of the assessment that administration did in meeting with the various departments, one of the concerns that we actually discussed with transit is the dynamics of our community have changed. So many of the people that used to ride the bus have now moved into the South Augusta area. So the demands for the transportation has changed. So when your demand has changed, you have to change the way you supply to meet that respective demand. So I will say Ms. Daugherty is now looking at having a compensation, a ridership study done so that we can make sure that it aligns with how our population has changed in the direction that it has changed in. So you're right, we have some buses right now that may have 5 or 6 people on it. Well, when you have a large bus and you're paying the amount of fuel for that bus for 6 people, it really doesn't, it's not cost effective to do that. Right now, the city actually supplements transit $1.6 million a year. So that is one of those hard discussions that, again, we're going to have to look at, and you guys are going to have to make a decision on as a governing body, what your expectations are for our transportation system, what you are looking for our citizens on our transportation system, and what we can do to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our citizens, who really, everyone deserves to have the ability to ride on some form of transportation. So I just want to let you know we will be coming forward shortly with an actual RFP request to go ahead and do that study.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Mr. Green, it's been suggested that you reach out, and he's there, reach out to Ms. Daugherty. Ms. Daugherty is sitting, she's our Public Transportation Director. Ms. Daugherty, raise your hand. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to our last item, item 5. Commissioner Johnson asked that it be pulled.
Item 5 is a request for concurrence with the Augusta Planning Commission to deny a petition by N.K. Patel LLC requesting a special exception of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish a liquor store affecting property containing approximately 0.52 acres located at 2059 Central Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, sir. I am agreeing to move this back to the Planning Commission, but I wanted to ask a question about, just basic, top-level question that doesn't really need to go too deeper than that. What is the concern? What is the concern here? And then I also will just go ahead and make the motion to move this back to the Planning Commission, but I do want to know what the concern here is.
Director?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Just briefly, the zoning in this particular location is B1, which means that it's for neighborhood commercial. It is not intended necessarily to be the home of liquor stores and certain general business activities. In this particular instance, we did get several phone calls. We received several phone calls and concerns about the potential of this having a liquor store in addition to the gas station, which already has a liquor license for beer and alcohol. And let me clarify that part. So there's 3 criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance in section 21-2 for liquor stores, and they were unable to meet all 3 of the criteria. And so a couple of those are the proximity to a intersection in an arterial street, and then the surrounding area is the nature of the surrounding area. Is it not, if it's predominantly residential with only a few commercial interspersed. So 2 out of the 3 they weren't able to meet. Outside of that, the Planning Commission reviewed it. They took a lot of questions. The applicant also provided some letters of support. So the Planning Commission, they did review it. They took all of that together and they made the recommendation to deny.
Okay. I'll make a motion to send back to the Planning Commission.
All right, there's a motion and there's a second by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Commissioner Clark, you in the queue, sir?
Yeah, I just got one question for Director Delaney. Director Delaney, so I'm assuming there was a lot of community feedback, or was there none at all?
We did, after the meeting, we didn't hear as much about it because it did fail. But we did get some letters of support. There is a petition that was presented at the Planning Commission also. So there were people on both sides of it. It truly just came down to if the Planning Commission thought that they represented themselves well enough to meet all 3 of the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance. And the Planning Commission determined that they did not.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second to send this back to the Planning Commission. We're ready to vote.
Mr. Garrett's out. Ms. Rice?
Ms. Rice?
That motion carries 10 with Mr. Garrett out.
Madam Clerk, I think that completes the items that's on our regular scheduled agenda.
Okay.
Attorney Plunkett?
Mr. Mayor, there was a few matters that we did not reach at the last legal session last week, not this morning, and we would ask for a motion to go into executive session, discuss pending the potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
Motion to approve.
There is a motion to approve by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Johnson. Mm-hmm. 291. That's where our equipment is, 291.
That motion carries, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir, 9-1.
Thank you so much. We're
With
suspending the
Mr.
executive
Clark
session.
voting no.
Good. Praying for your
Madam
man.
Clerk, you voted no? No.
Are we looking for your man? All right. All right.
Test one, test.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to have you execute the closed meeting affidavit.
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Alvin Mason, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
I stay.
Hey, Country Shack is open, y'all, till 8 o'clock.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There's going to be 5.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, the first is we request a motion to accept the resignation of Carla Delaney as an SES employee and to pay 1 month's severance in the form of salary continuation in consideration of her executing a separation agreement and release of any claims against Augusta.
Second.
Motion's made by Commissioner Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We request a motion to accept the resignation of Samuel Miller as an SES employee and to pay 1 month's severance in the form of salary continuation in consideration of his executing a separation agreement and release of any claims against Augusta.
Second.
Motion made by Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Rice. We're voting.
That motion carries 8-1 with Mr. Mason voting no and Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to authorize the hiring of Todd Kennedy as a senior planner with the Planning Department at a salary of $61,431.08.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Alvin Mason, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We request a motion to hire Chiquita Richardson as the communications manager at a salary of $75,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle? The motion carries with Ms. Scott and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
And we would request a motion to approve the transfer of property located at 25 Gregg Street to the Augusta, Georgia Land Bank Authority.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's made by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you so much. Attorney Plunkett, are there any additional motions?
There are no other motions.
If there are no further motions, this session is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
6:43.